Hello and welcome to Let's Talk Sport tonight. It's the Tour Championship final in snooker, and John Higgins at the break, currently up 5-3 to Neil Robertson, and these two last played each other in November in the English Open final. Tight call, it was 9-8 to Neil Robertson, but this time around it seems that John Higgins has got the advantage at the break. So first to 10 frames, and John Higgins is halfway there. Can Robertson come back into this? Get in touch in the comments, as per usual. Love to hear what you got to say. Anyone got anything to say about the whole game so far? I didn't get to see it earlier on, so all input is appreciated. And who do we think is going to win then? Yep, get in touch. So, Robertson has the better record over 2 in the last 5 between them. He has won 4 of the 5, but... well, no, there's no but. There's just 4 of the 5. Get in touch then, yeah, as mentioned before. We should be getting underway just in 1 second even. It should be starting the 9th frame. So it's scheduled to be back a quarter past. It's still not started yet, but we'll get there soon. Hopefully, 50% saying Higgins. So two-way race between them at the moment. Higgins, who has been leading the whole way since the first frame. Then there was a part where they were at 3 frames each, but not been losing so far in this match. So there's been the last competition before the World Championships that take place April and May. So good stepping stone for either one of these to put themselves forward and maybe beat the reigning champion Selby. And as per usual, don't hesitate to get in touch. So we should be getting underway any minute now. So a bit of a delayed start here. It was scheduled to restart at quarter past. It is currently 17 past. No news yet as to when we'll be starting again. Hey Greg, how are you doing? So Higgins, who beat Bressel and also beat Jintong to get to the final of this, where Robertson beat Allen and O'Sullivan to get to the final. Shorter tournament, less competitors, but Neil Robertson will definitely be looking to crawl his one back and at least take it to the 19 frames. So Neil Robertson currently ranked at 4th in the world, and Higgins currently ranked 6th. Nothing much between them. So, yeah, anyone get in touch and love to chat with you all. So, got Greg in the comments. Hi, Greg, how you doing? So, was there anyone watching earlier this afternoon who knows how this all went down? How it's 5-3 at the moment? Is it a tight one? Is it? I imagine even at 5-3, it's still a close game. So, if anyone was watching it, then don't hesitate to get in touch. So this is the 55th final that Higgins has been in, 36th for Neil Robertson. Both really impressive records. So Higgins in his last match beating Brissell 10-7. And it was a tricky start. Brissell was ahead near the beginning. I mean, Higgins drew it back and eventually won with quite a convincing score, whereas Robertson was a bit more of a tighter game with O'Sullivan in the semi-finals. Never really taken too much of an advantage against him, but then just about scraping out near the end and getting that 10-9 win. So, still waiting for this final to get underway, or the second part of the final. So in this second part of the day, Higgins is going to have to probably stay on top. It might, for all we know, go down to 19 frames. It's even though he's got a 2-frame advantage on Robertson, it's hard to see that Higgins wins this before the 19th frame, if he does win it, that is. So it's gonna be a close one and not particularly dragged out. These are two really good players to watch, but could be a long night depending on who draws first blood in the 9th frame. So is there anyone else in the comments? How are we doing? How's the snooker been? Do we expect any of these two, out of Higgins or Robertson, to win the World Championship? World Championship, not far now. This is a good preparation for the upcoming World Championships, the next tournament. So those watching, who we got to win the World Championship then? Who do we think is favourite? Get in the comments, get talking about anything. How are we doing tonight? If we're looking at the odds, it looks like some odds put Jude Trump as favourite to win the World Championship, which could be an interesting one to see. Obviously he's up there as one of the favourites. Obviously you got Ronnie O'Sullivan as well. So who do people think is going to win it? So look at some of these. Obviously Ronnie O'Sullivan is top in a few markets. You've got Neil Robertson as well, who's in the final of this, and then I can see that Mark Selby's up there as well, reigning champion, which is quite normal. John Higgins, who can get into a final, then who knows what happens in the final. He's very capable of doing that. Then Kieran Wilson. So who do people think is going to be the champion, in the world champion? And what do we think is going to go tonight? Who do we think is going to win? People's bet is on Higgins tonight, which, 2 frames in the lead. Perfectly reasonable, but there's still more than half to play for. So good, nice number. Think Higgins, 75%. So should be any minute now that we get this underway, the evening session. So both sharing between them, Higgins and Robertson, 5 World Championship titles. 1 for Robertson, the 4 for Higgins. Higgins, who is just a bit older than Robertson, 46 compared to Robertson, who's 40. I think Robertson, even since 2018, 2018 will be wanting to get... 2010, since he won the World Championship, we want to get another one soon, and that'll be in 2022. So just entering now. Andy Robertson plays snooker. Yep, Andy Robertson does play snooker. Of course does. Of course does. Everyone does. But going. Just trying to sort out settings, so I'm a bit preoccupied sometimes. So Andy Robertson, he got me starting. We're going. Neil Robertson starts off with frame 9. Decent safety shot up on the top cushion. Takes on a red that was just hanging around near the right hand side of the table. Leaves the ball down the bottom of the table. Takes on a red that just goes into red there, and Robertson trying to bring it to a colour. Gets one red in. Looking to go for the green. Simple shot. Gets a decent position near the middle for a red. Goes for the black and he gets it. Reds are still really bunched up in the middle there. There's one touching the cushion on the left. Might be able to go for this red, but it's just touching the black. It might have closed off the angle. Gets that red in. Wasn't too tight, and then he goes to the black again. 20-0 for Robertson. There's a red that can go in the middle here. Seems like an easy shot. Goes back into the reds. Pots that one. Bit of an awkward position now. The reds have spread a bit. But that white's just in the middle of them all. Looks like he could take on the pink. Tight call, but it should be potable. And no problem whatsoever. Boa tarde, como estia, Yogo? Hello, Alex, how are we? I'm alright, and you? 76% still think Higgins has got this. Robertson takes this frame, then if he takes it convincingly, then don't think he'll be too much of a rush to take the lead. I think it could be a bit more of a complicated one. Doesn't look like there are many options on. There's one red available, but you can't really play that onto the black or the pink as they're both touching at the moment. He's going for another option on the right. The red should be easy, but position will be difficult for any other colour. Might have just done enough for the blue. He's spread a couple of those reds out. Hi, says Mohammed. Hello, how are we, Mohammed? Reds are in a bit of a spread out position. It's giving Robertson options. Just now that he's got the pink touching the black, it's going to be difficult to get position on either of them. He's going to go for the blue on this occasion. And he should get this long range shot. No problem with that one. Now the white out on the left cushion. Not touching the cushion, but hiding behind one of those reds. He could go down the left of the table and get that red. But there's no real position after that. I think the rebound off that blue was not what he wanted. He's going to have to try and improvise here. Yeah, he's going to go for the one down on the left cushion, but position's going to be difficult to get up from this one. And he does miss the red. Unfortunate there. It just rattles on the pocket. Doesn't stay hanging over, luckily for him. Now Higgins' turn to get on the table. Want to make the most of this. He's only got really one red on. Well, one red he can touch, and doesn't seem like there's a very good potting chance with this. So yeah, the safety brings the red amongst the bunch, or near the black. White goes back up table. Yeah, well, when Robertson played that red before, I think he almost wanted the red to not go in. Force Higgins into a safety shot rather than let him pot around the table. But of course, there are not really many options on now for Robertson. Those two reds have been taken away from many near pocket. Long shot on here. That was close to going in off for the white. Seemed like a really dangerous attempt there for Robertson. Leaves the white down the end of the table. If he was intentionally trying to bring the two reds from the left hand side of the table to the right, then it was a really good shot, but seemed very dangerous. And Higgins could potentially get this red now. Decent angle, and it's in. Gets position on the brown. Should be a relatively easy one. And he gets the yellow in. Might have just pushed that one a bit too far. Not the position he would have wanted. Just a bit of a heavy shot. That one a bit too far. Not the position you would. Gonna try and extend this one. Put the white in an awkward position, but that was what he expected. Just now that he's got less manoeuvre for error. And he does get that one in. Just about sets himself up for the blue. It's so close that it's made the angle really awkward. Not the worst position to be in. Goes in. Decent shot.
9.
Just not the position you'd have wanted afterwards. Tight down the end, near the bottom, amongst those reds. Doesn't look like there's a real option on for him here. All gathered up one behind the other. Might just have to go for safety. Bring it back up the table. And he gets the red in. I didn't think the angle was on, but it's been well done.
10.
Just gone into the yellow. Ball upfield if ever, the white ball. You can try going for the blue with a long range shot. And he gets it. Very good shot.
$50.
Screws that back into a decent position as well amongst the reds. Very good shot. All congested, but there's definitely one on for him here.
50. 60.
Might have to go for the blue again. From my sight, the pink doesn't look on.
$16.
Just taking his time with this one. Looks like he is going to go for the pink. Looks like it's touching the red, but no, it's just about not touching it. And he gets it in.
$22.
Just about amongst those two reds and the black at the bottom of the table. And get this red one in. Try and find some position on the black.
23.
Or bring it up for the pink. You should get this pink one. Slowly. Oh, and he misses it.
John Higgins.
Bad miss.
23.
Bad miss. Very bad miss. Be disappointed, and that could be a game changer. No power, so it's got that pink hanging over the pocket on the middle of the right hand of the table. And Higgins knows as well, that's a shot he shouldn't be missing. And in that break, we're going to... apologies. When there's such a good shot on the blue, he'll be expecting to get that pink one in that same break. Disappointing from Higgins. And Robertson should get this red in on the bottom left.
One.
And he does. And now that pink hanging over the pocket is his for the taking. And get on to 40. And he does.
Seven.
So he's got this red near the middle, or we should go in the middle pocket. There's one down that could go on the bottom right. It's unlikely he can get the position after that though. He's gone for the middle.
8.
That's 41 to 23. Just that miss from Higgins. So costly. And the white was not going to a safe position, so it made it really that much easier for Robertson. And he knows, you can see on his face after he misses that one, that it was costly for this frame. And Robertson goes for the pink again. And that'll be 47. Ooh! And he's missed that one.
Neil Robertson. 8.
He's got a decent position on one of the reds. So that one just hits the side of the pocket as well. That one isn't hanging on the pocket this time. But Higgins can count himself lucky he can get back into this one. What Wilson, hi, I'm back, had my tea. Hi Greg, how are you? Who will win, says HG Event. Robbie. It's still all in the balance. Decent shot, gets onto the blue, gives himself a decent angle. Still all in the balance, isn't it? It's hard to tell who will win. Both have made 2 errors already in this frame, this 9th frame, so I think anything could happen. And he managed to make that 29.
6.
He's put himself in an awkward position. The 2 reds don't look potable. 1 blue is cutting him off from it. You just about get the angle on this. For the bottom right pocket. And he does. And a decent shot. So close to going in off on in the middle left pocket. got position now on either the blue, the green, or the pink, but it seems like the green is the more sensible option. Or the brown. And he goes for the brown. Oh, he's hesitating.
Just stay still on the front, please. Thank you.
He's going to go for this brown. Now 34 to Higgins.
11.
This red is right next to the black. So there's almost no way of him potting it. Can he snooker Robertson? So yeah, some saying Robbie will win. It's still 60% in the vote saying Higgins. And he just about takes that white around the black. The red follows around the other side, so there's still room for Robertson to get onto that red. It's not a snooker. A bit of the red edge that's sticking out. So Higgins goes back to his seat with it being 41 to 34 to Robertson. And Robertson could just about touch the red, bring the white up the top. It's not a snooker, but a relatively safe position for Robertson to be in. And Higgins just needs to take this red on. He bumps the black out the way. Can he bring it up and to safety? He does. He does, and there's a whole obstacle of balls in the way for Robertson right now. And we've come to a stage in this frame where we're playing cat and mouse with the potential snookers. Robertson manages to get out of it, hitting one of the cushions, but does he set this up for Higgins? Ooh, he's just about put enough power onto it, so that's not potable. Now Robertson to try and take this on. Oh, and he just about gets the angle on it. Really good shot from Higgins.
1.
It looked like the angle might not be there and the green would be in the way, but Higgins gets a really good shot away. He set himself up for the blue. White is close to the blue. The blue's still quite a distance from the pocket. And he has to extend this, and he gets the blue in. Good shot from Higgins. And that's put him well in this frame.
6.
So, as he just said, 6 break. Now it's the yellow. Can Higgins wipe the table with this one? And get 6-3 in the lead.
8.
Takes the yellow in. Position was good. Sets up really nicely now for the green. You should get through this yellow, green and brown relatively simple. The worry might be when he gets to the pink.
15.
So 49 to 41 now. And he's on the blue. Can he screw this back enough to get back onto the pink?
20.
It looks like he might have. So 13 ahead and 13 on the table. He gets this. He has won this frame. And he's done it.
26.
Good shot.
On the frame.
He's on to the
John
black.
Higgins.
And that's that. (6-3) to Higgins. And it looked like a shaky frame. Nothing really much Robertson could have done about that. Just a very good frame from Higgins in the end. He caught up in the end. There's that red that Robertson tried playing safe and Higgins just took it with such a phenomenal shot. So nothing really much he could have done about that. Maybe if Robertson had played the red a bit harder, yes, he wouldn't have been in this situation and it would have been sick. It would have been 5-4. But 3 frames in the lead now for Higgins, and he has to hold on to this. So at the break now, it's Higgins 6, Robertson 3, and 4 more frames needed for Higgins to take this before the World Championship. And as we enter
Thank you, frame 10.
the
John
10th
Higgins
frame, Higgins to starts us off in this frame. The white rattling around the table. So the ball just at the top of the table now. The white, I mean. Apologies. Nothing really on for Robertson at the moment. So, have we got any comments coming in? People, 53% think Higgins, so it's gone down. Ooh. And Robertson went for that one in the bottom left corner. Rattled on the pocket. The white is now down with the reds, and there's surely one on here for just in front of the black for Higgins. Get on the table. Should be in for Higgins.
One.
And it is. He's got himself on the board before Robertson. And he goes for a black. Nicely slotted into the bottom left.
8.
just missed that, but
16.
he's put a red in and a black, and Higgins has set out really confidently in this next frame.
17.
Oh, and he whacks that next red in. He's got the reds where he'd want them, stacked up, but can break them apart whenever he pleases. And to get to 24. And Higgins has started off really well this
24.
next frame, but it's Robertson's basically given him the advantage. It was a really poor decision from Robertson to take that risk early on in the frame.
25.
Joseph, why not just provide the audio? We could do. Well, honestly, we could. I could, I could do that, but not really got much to hide. Yeah, we do that sometimes, but I don't know. Put the camera on. People like it. The interaction sometimes. I don't really mind. So you can just listen to the audio, have it minimized. Go for it, Joseph. But thank you. Your comments mean the world. They really do. It's now 32 to Higgins.
32.
Already in this frame, Higgins is playing solidly. Mr. Consistent, you know. These reds are just bunched up. There's one sticking out on the left, and he's got position to get it into the bottom left corner, and should be no problem if he can just follow it through and get on the black.
33.
He's maybe just under hit that. Bounces off the cushion, but just not enough, and he can maybe get the black onto the middle right pocket, but he's not getting it into the bottom one now. And he's going to go for a safety shot up the top of the table, go towards the yellow.
John Higgins.
And he'll be disappointed to have given away such a great position in this frame by carelessly not getting on the black properly. Giving himself decent margin though, 33 points ahead in this frame. Hello there, Jamie. How was was it MotoGP? And Robertson goes right back into the reds. Brings the white up the table to the cushion, and it's a good fit safety shot. Nothing on for Higgins. Higgins doesn't mind. He's not in a rush. He can just wear Robertson down, force the error. Robertson has a tendency to be a bit erratic, like we saw at the beginning of this frame, and Higgins is not in a rush to get this frame over with. Decent shot on the red. Brings it back up the table. And that's another decent safety shot in this frame. Robertson just weighing up his options. The red's just awkwardly bunched up. Nothing on for Robertson. It's just how he can play this safety shot without giving anything away. He's gone into those reds and he's not really brought the white that far up the table. Fortunately, there's nothing on for Higgins, but it was not the best safety. Goes into the red, brings the white back up the table. Again, not the greatest position from this safety. Potentially a red down the left of the table. If Robertson can get this shot away on into the bottom left pocket, then he can finally get into this frame. He's not going to take the risk. He took that risk at the beginning of this frame and it didn't pay off. He's gone for a red cannon on another red. Brought the white back up the table. And that is a good safety shot. That has taken away all the options from Higgins. Yeah, I know, Jamie. I'll get that out when I've got a moment. Jamie just sent me a text, and I know, Jamie. I've seen. I just saw it when I've got a moment. Good old Jamie. Ooh, and there's a long-range shot from Higgins. Just about misses the pocket from the red. Just about misses the pocket. Unfortunate. Brings the white up the table. There's still a chance on for Robertson if he can get a shot away. Bumps that into the red, brings the white back up the table. The reds are starting to spread a bit. They're all quite close to the bottom cushion, or most of them at least. Despite the reds separating, no openings are really creating. It's just making it more awkward for the other. I think both of their intention is to make it more awkward for the other. Jamie's saying it was a good race. First race of the season has had 9 different podium finishers. See, good old MotoGP. Just in a bit of a stalemate at this stage of the frame. Good safety shot from Robertson. Right up against the top cushion. It's not one that will worry Higgins too much. Can find a way out, but he doesn't want to open his frame up for Robertson. Intentionally done by Robertson to try and get one of those reds into play. Create an opening. He goes to the pot, Higgins. Brings the white back up the table. Just makes one of those reds loose, and they've... One slips up now. The next could take this frame. Robertson goes into those reds. Back up the table, and it's just getting a bit tedious. Nothing really on for either of them. The reds are spread out over the table, but none of them are hanging over the pockets, and they're a bit bunched up. For instance, there's some on the left, but 4 or 5 of them are close together. The same near the bottom right, or the centre right, should we call it. Just no opening can really appear for either player. Robertson's just taking his time now for this one. There's a possibility near the left-hand side, but there are 3 reds formed in a triangle. He's just got to try and avoid 2 of them. He takes this risk, and it doesn't pay off. It'll be another big blow to him. Big risk there from Robertson, but he's brought it back up to safety. Nearly left a red hanging over that middle left pocket. Be relieved that he's got the white into safety. And I think that's what we like about this game. 2 contrasting styles. Mr., as we say, consistent, and Robertson, who can be just a bit outlandish in his decision making, but also a really technically gifted player, along with Higgins. Oh, and he's brought that white over the top right pocket, Higgins. Again, fortunately for him, the chance isn't there to get on that red that's so close to the middle left pocket. After that 33 break for Higgins in this frame, there's nothing between these 2. Back and forth to see who can make the first error. And he goes for that red near the middle pocket. Can he get it in? Oh. It always looked like it was too close to the cushion, and he's missed it. Again, one of those moments where it's a big risk from Robertson. And the shot, he could have been successful with that as well. He hit it too far to the right of the ball. Despite it being a very difficult shot, he could have potted that. I wonder if it could be final of the Worlds in a month's time. Remains to be seen. And Higgins has got that red from a decent position. It looks like he might be on the black. It could be an awkward one, but I think he can get this one in. And now the frame should open up again. Gets it in. And a good shot from Higgins. And that's the big problem.
8.
Robertson has gifted the frame to Higgins at this point. Wonder if this could be the final of the World in a month's time. Maybe. Don't know. You do have other names in the finals before these 2. Maybe I'm not saying these 2 aren't worthy finalists. Of course they are. Absolutely, and top class players. But then there are other people that you might have in mind before. You know, your Trumps, your O'Sullivans, your Selbys. So yeah, it could be. But let's see how the tournament pans out. 42-0 for Higgins here, and he's on the black. Good position, and he gets it in. He's taking out these reds that were positioned awkwardly throughout the whole frame. Now he should really clear up the table. It'll take time. They're not placed in the easiest positions. Higgins going to win easily. So it looks like it, honestly. It looks. I mean, if he goes 7-3, then you'd think it's almost impossible to get back from this. But Higgins at 50-0 in this frame, it's almost his now to lose. How many frames is it up to? So the first to 10 wins, Greg. It's 19 frames in all, so it can go to 10-9, but Robertson will have to do something special to get it to 10-9 at this point. And at 50-0, he's in a decent position on the blue in the middle. Takes it gently, and there's a red set up near the middle pocket on the left. That shouldn't cause too many problems for him.
22.
Definitely not Robertson's best showing. 22 break at the moment. It should be 23.
23.
The main concern after this is how he gets the 6 next reds, with all of them placed near the edge, near the cushions, and not near the pockets. Takes the black really well, brings the white to the bottom cushion where he's got 2 reds that he can find a way in.
30.
So 63 ahead in this and 75 remaining on the table. There's still a chance for Robertson, but Higgins should get a big enough margin to not cause too many problems.
31.
31 break as it stands. Find a way in.
30.
So, and he gets the black again. He's kept the white near the bottom of the table. Should clear up these last reds. Although, if he gets this wrong, there's that pink just to the right of the red.
39.
Oh, and he used it to his advantage. Now he's on the pink. He's brought it just that slightly up the table to the right hand side where there's that last red
45.
near the bottom of the table. And he should get this one in.
46.
Close call. It rattles on the pocket ever so slightly, but it goes in and he's on the black again. 79-0. And this should really end the frame. He's just dragged that
53.
maybe a bit too much. Up against the cushion is the white on the left side. But he's just behind that red and
54.
it's in. And Robertson himself knows that this frame is over, and potentially this match. It could be a shorter night than expected.
Six.
And now for the double. Didn't set up the white perfectly, but oh, and a good double. Very good shot. 94 to Higgins. And to make this break just that bit sweeter, he's put a really nice double in. To set himself up on the black as well. Very good shot.
68.
It's going to be difficult to get this next red in. Up right against the cushion, just a bit higher than that middle pocket. You can't really double this one that easily. But he brings it round.
John Higgins, 68, and the frame.
And so the frame is his. Very convincing from Higgins. Again, 2 errors from Robertson gave Higgins the chance to get into that frame. 7-3 now to Higgins. He's only got 3 more to win to get this title. Robertson has a lot of catching up to do and probably has to keep a calm head. It's not likely that he can force that many errors from Higgins. Maybe if he just ups his game, then there's a possibility that this could go his way. I think you've got to say Higgins is favourite, and despite the voting, we've got 53% that think Higgins, 47% think Robertson. So that's the people in this stream obviously think very highly of Robertson to pull this one back. Possible? Yes. Likely? I'm starting to say maybe not. And so Higgins is in pole position to win this tonight. 7 frames to 3. Convincing at the moment. Can he get a similar score to what he got in the semi-final, which was 10-3, 10-7, apologies. He might even win by a bigger margin.
Thanks, Neil.
So Neil
Thank you,
Robertson
frame
to
11.
take
Neil Robertson to break.
to a sound confused me. Neil Robertson to break in this 11th frame. And Olsi Sabotina saying Judd Trump champion. He is one of the favourites, which is with good reason. So yeah, he could be the champion. Higgins going for that safety shot. Not the safest possible. So yeah, someone saying Judd Trump champion. Well, Trump last won it in 2019, so one of the more recent champions. And currently Mark Selby being the reigning champion. The year before, between Trump and Selby is Ronnie O'Sullivan. So all big names who are likely going to be fighting it out for that championship title. And when Trump won in 2019 that championship, he beat Higgins in the final quite convincingly, 18-9. A decent shot by Higgins has brought the white up the top of the table, and it's just behind that brown. Not a snooker, but he's definitely made it difficult for Robertson, and I think Robertson might go for this long pot. Maybe Higgins is intentionally trying to invite an error from Robertson early on in this frame as well. And Robertson goes for a safer shot. Brings it amongst the reds, next to the black. Nothing really Higgins can do with this one. Higgins will have the chance to bring this back up safe again. Just about gets it up to the top of the table. So still no points in this frame. Ooh, and a very daring shot from Robertson. Slowly brings the white down the table near the left, up behind 3. That is just near between the middle and bottom left pocket. Can Higgins make something of this? Doesn't look like anything is on. But he might have just forced Higgins to open up the game. Oh, and a terrific shot from Higgins. He takes on one of the reds and puts it in the top right corner. Brilliant. And a risk by Robertson that hasn't paid off.
6.
And he gets that blue in. Not set himself up well for the red. It's a long distance one, and it's a tight one to get between two of the reds and the blue. Just want to place in the bottom left, and he does so very well. Really good shot. And already in this match, Higgins has shown himself to be a class above Robertson. He's going for this brown in the top left. I'll just take it. Oh, sorry, the yellow. I completely missed that angle there. John Higgins' class is permanent. Just consistent. It's
9.
There aren't too many errors in what he's doing right now. Whereas Robertson there is. But then there's also that class. There's fantastic shots during the whole game. Good shot amongst the reds. I think he wants to get onto the blue, but he's ricocheted off another red and made it difficult for himself to get the right angle. He might just be able to get this blue. And he does. Can he bring that white round the table like he wants to? It looks like he has. And still a couple of reds on
50.
On show for him. And he might take this frame. Might take it 8-3. There's a red near the middle that you could take. The angle's favourable. It's what he can get out of it afterwards.
16.
He seems to have put himself in a bit of predicament. He might have to go. He was trying to get onto the black. Can't get the angle. If he goes to the black, he'll hit one of the reds. The only one that's potentially possible with a really good shot would be that green near the starting position. And it looks like he might go for it. He'll probably just go for the safety. It's a complicated one. There's also, if he tries playing safe this one, there's a red right up the table. It's not all that safe. Robertson to get onto the table. There's a red that seems potable near the bottom left. It's a long shot, but he can get this one. Decides to go for the red that's hanging near the top of the table. And he's not gone for the pot. He's gone for a safety. Okay. That won't bother Higgins too much. That brown near the top left pocket's just awkwardly sitting near that top left pocket. Goes for safety. Higgins on a red, trailing near the bottom of the table. Light shot. Couple of ricochets off the red, and it's not the safest you'll ever see from John Higgins. The score. The score is currently 7 frames to 3 and 16 points to Higgins to Robertson's none. Robertson will look to get on the table now with a tight red. Needs an extension to get his cue to it. Should be able to get this, but it could backfire. Relatively good shot in the end from Robertson.
1.
So that's 1 for Robertson. Gets that tight red in the end. He's potentially got the blue, but if he plays the blue, he's got no position on any of the shots, and he's going to go for that brown. It's been hanging around at the top for a while. Because Robertson is all well and good trying to play safe, but at some point he's got to start getting points on the board. He's given the eyes to one of the reds, and if he can pull that off, it'll be a phenomenal shot. He might back himself to get it. And he's going to go for it. And he misses it.
Neil Robertson, 5.
There is solace in that. He's brought the white up the table. It doesn't look too dangerous for Higgins now. One of the reds hid among all the other reds. And a decent bunch. So risk from Robertson. It might not be too costly. Higgins goes for a red. Looks for the pot. Ricochets off both sides of the pot. Pockets, apologies. But he's brought the white up the table. There's maybe a pot or two on for Robertson. 2 very long shots. But again, he'd back himself to get them. He's going to go for the one that diagonal to the table. And he's put the black in.
John Higgins, 7.
And that, again, another costly error. I didn't think he was going to go for that one. But God knows why he went for that red. I'm not sure what he was trying to get out of that. Maybe there's the red underneath the black, cannon in from the red above, but he ends up getting the black instead of the red. Costly error, risky. Unnecessarily risky. And Higgins makes him take again. Nothing really on. There's a long shot here for Higgins. He's going to take it on. Tries the cannon. Wasn't successful. Not put that red in any danger. He's put the white in line with another red hanging over the bottom left pocket. So there is a way of Robertson to get this one in. Going to be a tall order though. If he misses it, it seems like there might not be too much of consequences. He doesn't go for the pot, he goes for a safety. Brings that red up the table. And I think Higgins' eyes are lighting up with one of the reds almost perfectly lined up with that middle pocket on the right. He could go for this, but the same could be applied for Higgins. Now's not the time to get complacent and start making silly errors. He's going to go for a safe shot. Nearly brings that white behind the blue. Unsuccessful in doing so. Nevertheless, the white is reasonably safe. Robertson going to go for a pot here with the red. Really long shot. Rattles on the pocket. And it's not his day. It really is not his day. It looks like he might have ever so slightly miscued that. Nothing on for Higgins. Might go for a red down the bottom, but that's still risky. Doesn't look like he can get the angle on it. Does take that red on, but prefers to go safe. Wise call. Oh, brilliant. And he's up behind the yellow. Difficult one for Robertson here. Near the top left corner, Higgins has tucked that white right behind the yellow. And if I'm not wrong, they are actually touching. Robertson trying to bounce off multiple cushions to get to a red. He just about does hit a good shot. Really good shot. And that red and the white are touching as well. Ooh, maybe not. But from a distance they look like it. Looks to play behind the yellow again. Decent safety from Higgins as, again. Both just passing each other the baton, waiting for the other to slip up. Looks like he might go for the pot here. There's a red in the middle, the white near the top middle to the bottom left, and he's missed that by quite some distance, Higgins. Shouldn't be too costly though. So the vote 61% to Higgins, which comes as no surprise given he's basically dominating this at the moment. I mean, dominating. 7-3 says a lot. But Robertson hasn't really got into this. I mean, his potting has been off. All those reds are just near the bottom of the table. There's just a bit of breathing space between them all, but no great angle to pot them. That being said, Higgins is going to go for this one. Oh no. He went to play back into the reds and bring that white back up the table. Yeah, Robertson just played that behind the reds, springing 2 or 3 of them back out onto the table. There's no immediate pot on, but it doesn't seem like the wisest of move from Robertson. Going to go for this red near the middle pocket. Got the black in his way. Should be able to get the angle on it. It looks like he's just about got that really good shot. Really good shot from Higgins. You might just about open this frame up again after a fair amount of time that it stagnated. Gonna go for the black near the bottom left. Some angle on it. Decent shot. So now it's 31 to 5 and an 8 break for Higgins at the moment. Set himself up for the red in the middle. It's going to go into the bottom right pocket.
9.
Now to play on the pink. I think Robertson can tell that might be this frame loss for him as well. Again, Higgins is confronted with a really complicated hand, with the reds being all quite close to the cushions. Robertson might have made a few errors, but he's at least made it difficult for Higgins. If there's one person you wanted to stay calm and collected when faced with the reds in an awkward position, Higgins is the guy.
22.
It's a 22 break as we speak. Game over, says Brandon van der Meer. Yeah, it does seem like it. It does seem like it's a bit too much of a tall order.
23.
And Higgins has probably made about one mistake in this evening session, whereas Robertson's made, I'd say, already about 4, at least, big ones. Ever so slightly, just grinding through these reds near the bottom.
30.
He's not that far ahead though, given that this frame has gone on for so long. Made it difficult for himself, Higgins, with that last red. He's brought the white back up, and there's still 4 reds near the bottom cushion that need to be dealt with. Can go for the pink in the bottom left corner. Just how he's going to get onto those reds. And he does so really well. Great position play.
37. 38.
.38 break as we speak. So it looks like the 11th frame will go to John Higgins. Gets that black in very convincingly. Only 59 remaining on the table. He's 63 ahead.
John Higgins, 45.
And he's made it that much harder for Robertson with even more of those reds on the bottom cushion. All four of them are now practically touching the bottom cushion. Robertson has to do something really special now to turn this frame around. Try placing it behind the green. The white is up the table, but there's definitely a chance on for Higgins to pot one of these reds that's been spaced out. I think Robertson has also almost intentionally given this one away. Ooh. Rattled the pocket. Would have been a good shot if he got it in. The Reds are in a better position than the last time Robertson was on the table. Doesn't mean it's favourable. Robertson needs to find a way to get a proper snooker unless he's given up. Just had that red rattling the left bottom pocket. Now Higgins has got a chance to increase his lead, and he does so with a great shot. Bit of a shame that Robertson didn't attempt something a bit cleverer, because that's just given the game away again.
7.
I think he was going for the pot, Robertson, because otherwise it means he's given up.
8.
Can't possibly leave that red on for Higgins if he wants to win. This frame at least. How many points left in the frame? So there must be about, I'm guessing about 50 now. And he's 63 ahead, so
40.
It's all over, yeah. There are two reds left on the table. They're going to be Higgins. So yeah. Oh, and he's missed this one.
John Higgins, 14, and the frame.
So yeah, the frame is over, conceded. So that's 8 frames to 3. Tall order for Robertson now. Tall order. 2 more frames for Higgins and he's won this. Robertson needs to win basically all of them. If he's lost one, if he goes to 9 to 3, we can call it over. So the voting still is up, and we've got Higgins at 63%, apologies, and Robertson at 37, which is I'll say shocking, because shocking. People voted. This is votes counted in from the beginning of the stream. So yeah. Unfortunately, Robertson's committed so many errors in this evening's session. He's practically given Higgins the chance to take. At least 2 of the frames could have been avoidable if there was a bit more concentration and a bit more application in his shots. But yeah, there's not. from my recollection this evening's session, there's not been a really good shot from Robertson, but there have been some fantastic ones from Higgins. So if he wins tonight, Higgins, then it's very much deserved. But just going to take a break. We'll be back in no time.
Thank you. Frame 12. John Higgins to break.
So John Higgins to break this frame. Jamie getting involved in the comments again. So in the second session, 243 points to Higgins and only 43 to Robertson. You can see the difference in class in this second session, or this evening session, apologies. I want to call it that. Higgins is a cheat in hiding. I have hoped he never won anything against since his uncovering by the newspaper. Yeah, there is that opinion from fans, and I completely understand it. It's completely justified. So yeah, people are a bit when Higgins wins something, which is I think is a rational way to go about it. You know, a cheat is unforgivable. So yeah, I understand the anger from Ian. But if we're just talking purely based on how they're playing tonight, then Higgins is far superior to Robertson. And just a great shot there. Well, a great shot. Great pot, not great position after that. Robertson left the red hanging over the bottom right pocket, and Higgins using the cushion, avoid going in off. And only 1 point from now, which is a shame.
John Higgins won.
And not the greatest safety from the pink either. So Robertson for the long red pot here. And a good shot. Good shot. He's put position on the pink. And finally this evening we're seeing some quality from Robertson. Goes for the black. And gets it.
8.
So 8 to Robertson. Can he really make the most of this now? Just breaking up the reds, Robertson.
Pink ball. 50.
And so potting the pink has to go to the top of the table as can't put it in its initial spot. And it looks like
60.
Robertson's put himself in a very good position to get a decent lead in this frame. Higgins deserves a victory after being runner-up a few times. Fair enough, he's been in a lot of finals, we know that. And he's played well tonight.
23. 24.
Or what do people think on Higgins' capture by undercover cameras about the possibility of throwing frames? Yeah, there's that story that was uncovered about him intentionally conceding frames. So yeah, he's a cheat. I understand the sentiment. Like I said, Ian,
31.
it's cheating and it's unethical. So I can completely understand someone who does not want Higgins to win anything, given that he is a cheater. And Robertson just placed this one a bit too powerfully, and he's not got decent position on the red. Can maybe still rectify this, but he's not made it easy for himself. Just over pushed that a bit, and there was a red that could have been on, and he could have got decent position, but he's just pushed it up against another red and hid behind another. He's kind of fucked this one up. And he gets that one in. Very good shot in the end from Robertson. Close call, given that he messed up the position initially. He got another red away. Luckily for him, there were reds stacked up in that middle position so that he could get a pot away.
$36. $37.
And he's put a position on the black from that red. Seems like he can get a decent break, Robertson, from this.
$44. 45.
$45-1 now to Robertson. Screws back from that black. Gets himself in and amongst the reds.
52.
He's got multiple options here.
53.
$61 to Robertson at the moment. Okay,
60.
so Higgins should have been banned for a long time,
61.
says Keith. Yeah, he should have been banned for probably longer than he was, but where's the limit? Do we allow people to rectify themselves? It's like rehabilitation. Is that something we can accept in society? I mean, society or in sports. Once you've made an error, surely you have a right to rectify that, don't you? Or be rehabilitated. Is that a fair enough answer, or is that a bit too broad?
69.
69-1 and a good shot from Robertson. He's put himself into a decent position on the blue. 4 reds remaining on the table, and he should win this frame.
74. Thank you. 75.
75 break for Robertson at the moment.
$82. 80.
Really good long shot. 83-1. A decent pot on the black.
90. 91.
So 91, and Robertson has been solid in this frame. Some really good potting that we haven't seen so far in the whole game from him. Really picking it up at the right time. Just trying to bridge his hand to not touch that pink up the table. He's looking for the blue. A long shot. It rattles the pocket.
Neil Robertson, 91, and the frame.
And Robertson takes the frame nonetheless. Still trailing by 4. And to be fair, it's been reasonably on the front foot tonight. But then you expect that from Robertson. So 8-4 to Higgins. Okay. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you. Frame 13. Neil Robertson to break.
Come on, John.
Maybe if I put my microphone on, it'd be better. Yeah, we're back, and Robertson's just opened. Oh, broke, sorry. Well, opened. And he really needs to be on his A game if he wants to win this tonight. Trailing by 4. The last frame was a good reference of what he's capable of doing, but the unforced errors need to end for Robertson if he's got a chance of winning this. So even just looking at some of the stats in the first half of this evening session, the long pot success, Neil Robertson 50%, which is low. And Burgoyne saying Sebastian True. Yes, Burgoyne, that's me. Goes into the red for Robertson and brings the white up the table. There's about three reds on the right hand side of the table. On show, not really too dangerous at the moment. Be surprising to see if Higgins could get any of these. I don't think he'll go for them. He might though. He just might. And he does. And he gets it in. He's already started off well this frame. Good pot. Really good pot. Might have got decent position on the black. It's hard to tell from here. Don't think he can get around that without touching the red. Could be mistaken. And he does. And he gets it in. So 8 in this frame. It's the 13th frame of the match.
Nine.
Gets a decent shot on the red into the middle pocket. Right next to another red. Could have been difficult for him. He makes it look easy. He's set himself up for the black again. And so calmly put away.
$60.
Didn't hit it too hard, so he's still got position on the red nearer to the cushion. He just slot that in and
17.
get position on the black again. Higgins just making it easier for himself. $24. 25. 25 to Higgins. Just nicely going around the bottom of the table and making it look easy. He's going to go for the pink on this occasion. Still got a few reds that he can put in before having to break that bigger bunch near the centre. Not playing anything overcomplicated, just making it easier for himself. Decent positioning.
$37.
37 now to Higgins. Going to be a difficult red to get in.
30.
Makes it look easy. Been on the table for a bit and it's only got 38 as it stands. He's going to go for the blue in the middle pocket. Should get this. Knocks into the reds, but then the red that he wants to get position on is just over hit.
43.
Takes away the angle. And he knows himself he didn't do particularly well there. And could that be it? 43 break for Higgins. He's in amongst the reds. He's close up to one and he's going to go for the top left corner. Good shot if he gets it off. It looks like it's going in. A very good shot.
44.
He's made the positioning for himself again difficult. Can you play the post-match interviews when they are on? Yeah, sure, Joseph. Sure. Goes to the pink right in the middle right pocket. Made it look easy. Now 50-0 to Higgins in this frame. Logic says that this one shouldn't run away from him. Gonna go for a long putt here. Gonna have to get the angle right to get this red into the bottom left. Ah, good shot. Convincing, brings it around onto the blue. Ooh, no, not onto the blue, just a bit heavy. He's got a chance on the yellow. He's grafting through this frame, Higgins. Not get every shot right, but managed to recover from it. Very industrious.
54.
And now good position on the black. Remaining 6 reds on the table. He should be able to get this frame won convincingly.
61.
75 remaining on the table. 61-0 in this frame.
$62.
62-0, and he should get this black in to make it 69-0. Convincing shot. Gets position again onto those reds that were lined up before.
$70.
Might go for the pink instead of the black this time round. Lesser a risk. Convincing. Just the audio doing, you can hear the ref now. Yep, no worries there, Joseph. No worries.
77.
So this is Higgins' highest break of the evening session, at least, 77. $84, and should be the highest break of the session altogether if he continues as convincingly. Ooh, and he's missed
John
that.
Higgins, 84 and the frame.
Unfortunate, but the frame is Higgins. And Robertson's got an uphill battle now to face. $9-4 now, and one more frame for Higgins to win. Be something very special if Robertson can win this now. Was with Hamilton and Burden earlier watching, and they were saying how hard it is to play John on his day. Well, you see, there's been some really good shots from him, but almost knowing when to play which shot, the safety or the pot. So it's just been well managed, the game, hasn't it? It's just been extremely well managed. Waiting for for unforced errors and then just capitalizing on it at the perfect moment. So I think you'd have to say his in-game management has been as good as his technical play. But yeah, it's clearly showing that on his day he's up there. Yeah, he's up there. But calm and collective, which is more important for most people. Just
John Higgins to break.
Good timing and staying calm and not making erratic decisions. And this is the 14th frame, so might be the last. Robertson trying to go for the safety. He's not got it behind the green, and that's poor. That's poor. So there are two reds hanging over that bottom right pocket, and he's got the white under the green. Higgins should make easy work of this. And he pots it. See, already at the beginning of the frame, Robertson is making errors, and he knows he can't lose one more frame, and he has to win 6. So, tall order, maybe that has played on his mind. He's going to go for the brown. Should be a relatively easy shot. And it is. And then he gets positioned back on that second red that was near the bottom right corner.
5.
And the position's good enough for him to pot this.
6.
But has he got position on the black now, or is he going for the pink? Hard to see from this angle. He might be going for the pink. Be a tall order. Yeah, he's weighing it up. Not sure if you can get the angle on it properly, but he's going to go for it. He's just hit this lightly, and it's in. Very well shot by Higgins.
12.
So 12 in this frame to nothing for Higgins, and he's going to go for a cannon. Looks relatively straightforward, but could go wrong. Gets it in. What a shot. Makes it look easy. Got position on that blue. In it goes.
18. Nice.
19 to nothing in this frame. And goes for blue again. Went into those reds. It stopped on impact, and he's not got the position on the reds that he would have wanted. And he goes for the safety here.
John Higgins, 24.
Ooh. The white went dangerously close to that pocket. Yeah, Higgins would be disappointed to have not capitalized a bit more on that. Hard to predict that it would have just stumped when bashing into the reds. And if he went for that pot, Robertson, it was a really good attempt, but he does miss, at least bringing the white up to safety. Higgins brings it up safe to the cushion at the top. And Robertson's gone right into the red, spread them out a fair amount. But also brings the white back up to the top cushion. And I just missed something there. Oh, Higgins potted the shot. Okay, let's have a look at this. Oh, and a phenomenal cannon. That was very ambitious to say the least, but good shot. Really good shot. Now he's on to yellow.
John Higgins 1.
All that for 1 point. But he's left that white over at the top right pocket. And all the reds that are on show seem almost like a stroke of luck is needed if he were to pot them. I think Robertson is weighing up the options, but at this point, his approach has been almost kamikaze-esque. Just go for it and see what the consequences are after it. There are three that are on the right-hand side of the table. All individually would be well lined up for that bottom right pocket. But in this situation, they're all in each other's way. I think he's going to very riskily go for one of them. He's definitely weighing up the option. Oh, he's going to go for the one that's near the bottom left of the cushion. There's a bit of an angle that he can get onto it if he wants to get it in, and he does. It's a good pot. Very good pot. And that's 1 to Robertson in this frame. That's what Robertson's needed, some exceptional shots like that. Maybe set himself up for the blue in the middle. Touching the cushion. But he gets it in. And the comeback could be on.
6.
And that's 6 to Robertson.
7.
And there's a chance here for Robertson if he can just get a good break on.
13. 14.
14 break as it stands for Robertson. got the pink. Just more of a question of position after that. And it might have just in the end paid off to have those reds hanging around the pocket like he placed them before Robertson. In previous frames it hasn't played in his favour, but this time round it has. Or it might be too early to say. It's still only 27 to 25 in this frame. So he's not leading by that big a margin. Still room for Higgins to get back into this frame. But Robertson's just got himself into a decent run of form. Go ahead, Higgins, says George Carvalho. So we've got a Higgins fan. 71% of the vote says Higgins. So if Higgins is to win this frame, then it'll be over. So Robertson can't lose any. Now he's going to have a bit of a challenge on his hands. There's 4 reds remaining and they're all bunched up bar 1, which is against the right cushion.
42.
Nothing spectacular from Robertson, but he's getting the job done, which he probably should have done sooner rather than later.
48.
I think Higgins knows that this one might be over. But one mistake from Robertson, the 25 points on the table for Higgins,
49.
He could be back in this. It seems like the pink is the reasonable option. Can play back onto the reds in that case. But he's going to go for the blue. Be able to bring this back down to the reds. Still got a problem with the reds
54.
lined up against each other. And he's going to go for safety. And I think he has to avoid
Neil Robertson, 54.
any potential mistakes. So yes, played it safe. Still not over in this frame. Still to play for even for Higgins. And Higgins himself has gone for the safety. He puts the red tantalizingly over the pocket. Now that's a chance for Robertson to get back into this frame. Just after having left the table. Poor safety from Higgins. And Robertson's missed it. And there's something in me that thinks Higgins did that purposely. He saw his long potting was only good after a few hits. That was the first hit for Robertson back on the table. almost expected it to not go in. If that's the case, well set up by Higgins. And Higgins gets it in. I think Higgins has done Robertson there. Unfortunate for Robertson though. But John has played it really well. Now it's the pink. Well played. Well played to get back onto that. Let's get onto the last red.
Seb.
$35 remaining on the table, 22 behind, so all to play for. And Higgins is going to go for a safety. And he's played it well. He's played it well. Just crept in behind the black on the left by the cushion. In line with the yellow. Robertson deciding to go off one cushion to get to this yellow. And he's too short.
Foul, the miss. John Higgins 4. Right.
And that's a foul.
John.
And again, a really good snooker from Higgins. Doesn't want to let this yellow get away from him, Robertson. I think Higgins might go for another snooker behind the black. Get that yellow around it. He's brought the yellow up the table. Not 100% snookered him, but made it difficult for Robertson. Can get this Robertson, but just not enough angle to pot it. Brings the yellow around the table. Whacks it. Has he done enough? It looks like the pot is on, and that was reckless from Robertson. He knows it. Higgins can pot this. In the middle pocket. Get the white between the brown and the green. And he misses it. Poor. He should be doing better. And that should make it 5 frames to 9.
Nine. $40.
And it was that yellow. That was the chance for Higgins to win this.
20.
Unlikely,
20. Near Robertson.
but if... it's poor even for his own standings there. Standard, sorry. 9 frames to 5. And much better from Robertson. Still made an error too, but was not punished for it this time round. So he can count himself lucky that he's still in this. And so this could go on for longer than expected. I think we were expecting it to be easy work, given how Robertson started the evening session. But ever so slightly, he's getting his way back into this game. It might be too little too late though. So at 8-3 it looked over. Robertson brought it back to 8-4, then 9-4 to Higgins, and now 9-5. It all just seems like too little too late. And very often or not, when you haven't led once during the whole game, it's unlikely that you end up winning. Yeah, there we go. Can just hear the motivational John shouts. Go Higgins, says Behay. So we've got some Higgins supporters. So the vote is up to 73% for Higgins, which seems like the likely outcome. I think some people backed Robertson to get back into this a bit easier than he did, or he has done so far. Nonetheless, this is not over.
Come on, John. Thank you. Frame 15. Stop calling out now, please. Neil Robertson to break.
Robertson breaking there. The white is not in that safer position, but it'll take something special for Higgins to get any of these in. He could very well do so, and he looks like he wants to take the risk. And he very well might go for this pot. The red near about the middle of the table and the white near the top, but he's going to go for the bottom right corner. He's going to go for the risk. It looks like it's in. Great shot. Great shot. And again, seconds into the frame, Robertson's rolled out the red carpet. Again, it's on that same line of is Higgins going to punish Robertson? In the last frame, he was not able to do so and kind of messed up himself, but this time he now has to capitalise to end this 10-5. Looks like he might have just missed the black.
John Higgins, 1.
It was a difficult one. The black was stuck to the red. He got it just over the pocket. Wasn't enough to get it in. And such a good shot from Higgins for 1 point. And one of the reds that was lying around the table, Robertson, manages to get in. And that black's hanging over the pocket. He looks to have got a decent position. But the black is touching the cushion. He gets that wrong, then it bounces. He should be getting this in if he wants to win this. And he does. He looked to have miscued that. But the black goes in nonetheless. Tight angle for this red. Should be getting it in.
9.
And he does. I thought you'd go for the yellow, but yes, he is going to go for the yellow. Brings it back down the table. And that's not a great shot for Robertson.
11.
He'll have to be content with the remaining red at the top of the table because he has failed to get into that pack of reds. And he's missed the key red.
Neil Robertson, 11.
And for a relatively easy pot, again, it's one of those moments. Too many of them for Robertson during this whole evening. And he didn't take his time and misses that consequentially. Higgins has played into the bunch of reds, brought the white up, but nothing is on for Robertson. Fortunately enough for Higgins. I think Robertson is weighing up his options for a cannon. He can definitely do it, but it could so easily go wrong. And he's successful. It was a very good shot. He's on the black. Should get this in easily. And he does. Set himself up for another red. Middle right pocket.
8.
So 19-1 for Robertson now. 8 break. Giving himself position for the pink. Could have tried getting better position so he could go on the black. And he's going to go for this pink, middle pocket. Cool as you like.
$15. 60.
Goes well into that black. Red's still bunched up.
23.
Gives them a chance to get some position on at least one of the reds.
24.
Now he's gone back for the blue. I think at this point, if Robertson gets this frame, Higgins might get a bit worried.
29.
.29 break for Robertson. He's largely reduced his options now. There is a red or two that he can get. And he does.
31.
And he gets two at the same time. Six reds still on the table, so 41 behind for Higgins. Not at all over. Goes for that blue in the middle pocket.
36. $37.
And a relatively easy shot on the pink. Up top on the table, gets into the top
43.
left.
$44.
Robertson just finding his rhythm now. 59 ahead, 59
49.
remaining on the table. He's got a decent position on the black. $67 ahead, 51 remaining.
57.
That's a 58 break at the moment.
58.
So I think John Higgins might start getting a bit worried. Starting to look more and more convincing from Robertson.
65. $66.
66 break at the moment. Should get this black. Does so.
73. 74.
Really calmly playing around those reds. Now on a position for the black. This should be the end of it. Has to bring the white round the table onto that yellow. And
81.
just about done so successfully.
83.
And can he get the first century of this match.
'86. '90.
Nothing too complicated now for Robertson. They're all placed in their initial positions, so he should get all of these.
95.
And he gets to the century mark.
In the frame, Neil Robertson.
And that's the end of that frame. So, Robertson now trailing by 3. Could be an intense end to the game. So, 9 frames to 6 for Higgins. So, we should be coming up to the 16th frame out of 19 anytime soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Frame 16. John Higgins to break.
So, Reds have not really separated. Robertson going to go onto 2 cushions to get into those Reds. Seemed kind of risky, knowing how John can pot them from far. There's one that he could get here, the Reds, into the top right corner. It'd be a big risk to take. I think he's just going to go for the safety. Oh no, he is going to go for that pot. And he's well off. Might give Robertson a chance to get on the board in this 16th frame. Definitely not the easiest of shots, but one that Robertson would back himself to get in. Could get in between the blue and the brown and the yellow. And he gets that. Very nice shot. Now he's on for the blue. Set himself up well for it.
Six.
Not many reds on for him. Doesn't look like anything is really potable, so just going to be the 6th break by the looks of it. Unless he goes for an extremely daring cannon.
7.
There was one on. I couldn't see it properly. Now for the black. I think Higgins is slowly getting a bit worried.
50.
Drags that over from the red. Gets himself positioned on the black for the bottom left. And Robertson's concentration levels have gone up, whereas Higgins has dropped off a hill. He's got a red on. Be more difficult to get position afterwards for either the black or maybe even the pink. He's going to go for that red up against the cushions. Skews it back for the black. Just seeing what's possible after this black. He's going to go for the black. Does he want to go into the reds? He's not gone into the reds. But definitely a tight angle if he wants to pot one of these. Yeah, that's the thing. If you and a good long shot from Robertson, 31-0. Yeah, basically, if he loses from this lead, that will be damaging. That will be really damaging. So he can't afford to. And he might take this frame, 9-7. But now Higgins is starting to make mistakes. That's the big worry for him. Could this be the comeback? It looks like it, Greg. It looks like it.
38.
Yeah, it'll only, as you say, Joseph, it'll only add to the problem of not being able to get over the line. At 7 to, say, 3, that's one thing. But to be at 9-4 and not get over the line, that'll be bad. That will be really bad. I think he's weighing up the options between the green and the blue. He's going to go for the green. And he's missed it.
Neil Robertson, 39.
So John Higgins now has to capitalise. He has to. I thought the green would have been a relatively easy one, but Robertson was thinking about the position before the pot. One good pot from John Higgins and it's over. That's what you'd think, but I mean, one relatively simple pot, and it could have been over with that yellow in the other frame. So, yeah, I know what you mean, Adil, but he's lost his confidence in the last 3 frames. So, he needs to get this one now. And I think he's worried he might not. Got the extension on his cue. And he's missed it. And Robertson could take this from a long pot. You just felt he wasn't sure in himself. That was painful. And Robertson's missed it. Oh. He's put it over the pocket for John Higgins. Big errors from both of them. 2 from Robertson, 1 from Higgins. Can Higgins finally capitalise? You don't get gifts like this too often.
1.
And you would be expecting John to get that one in. It's now what he does. It's getting very tense in these later frames. He gets the brown and he goes into the reds. Again, it's just halted when it's got to those reds. Hard to see Higgins managing to get a pot from this. He knows he didn't play that all too well. He can't pot anything from this, and he's going to go for a safety. Is the safety going to be enough? It should be. It should be enough. Not a lot Robertson can do with this. He's surely going to play safe as well. He's got under Higgins' skin. Poor safety from Robertson. He's opened that up. I think he's just got away with that. Managed to bring it behind the brown. The white, so the red is not potable. Don't think that was the greatest safety from Robertson, but he's definitely got away with it there. Better John misses now. He'll get his act together sooner. Easy to say, right? There's a free stream on Bet365, Mehmet, if ever. But no commentary. And Sex is getting in touch. He's going to go for the pot here. That's a very risky one from Higgins, and he missed it. Missed it. It never looked like it was going to go in. Robertson's not made for big comebacks. He easily gets demoralised. He will give Higgins lots of chances. Well, he is. But then Higgins has given him lots of chances. It seems like they both haven't got the headspace to win this. So yeah, big miss from Higgins there, and Robertson's just about got back into this. Easy black. Can he find the right position? He can. For that red.
Eight.
An 8 break for him at the moment. Not made the angle all that easy for him. But he gets it in.
9.
They look to be both struggling in the 16th frame. Struggling for confidence. Higgins is demoralised. Absolutely demoralised. Robertson got that red in. Can get the blue in. Can he get any position for one of the reds? It looks like it's going to be a difficult one. Seems he might have just about got one of the reds in the middle that he can get into the middle pocket. Can get this, but it's what he gets after this. And he's missed it.
Neil Robertson, 14.
He's left it over the pocket. And it rattles. And it seems like a relatively easy shot, but Higgins has been poor in the last 3 frames that you can expect him to miss something this easy. It's in.
1.
He's onto the blue. And he needs to get back some of that composure that he had in the earlier frames. Smacks that in. He's got position on one of the reds.
6. Seven.
Drags it over, so he's got position on the pink or the black. Actually, more so the black. But you can tell these are shots that are lacking a lot of confidence now. He's taking it easy. That's in convincingly there. Bit more conviction that we've been waiting for from Higgins in the last 2 frames.
50.
And it's the sort of graph that we saw earlier on. Needs to get back into that rhythm of consistency. Because the pink, it's just about in. Very good shot there. And he's needed that.
21.
He's got a problem with this red. He can get it into the bottom right pocket. Needs to get it spot on so he's got decent position on either the black or the pink.
22.
This classic Robertson, why he fails at Crucibles. He's not stronger. He doesn't seem strong at all, but both of them don't, to be fair. They both had their weak moments. And yeah, it's honestly, you wouldn't expect any of these to win the World Championships in less than a month's time. No chance. Playing like this, giving away chances like this, over that many frames, no. This red one is not as kind as he'd have hoped. It's touching the cushion, and he knows it's not going to be that easy. His confidence is so low that it looks like he might go for a safety. He's contemplating it. No, he has to go for the pot. He has to.
30.
He's got it, but at what cost?
Green ball.
And that'll be his break over.
John Higgins, 30.
Might be a bit of a game of cat and mouse now with the safeties. Both are underrated players. In some ways, yeah. They're both really good. But they both have lost their cool at some point in this game. And he snookered him there. Higgins finds himself in a bit of a pickle. And he's fouled it.
Neil Robertson, 4.
And that will demoralise him. The white goes in. And the red is over the pocket. He goes straight with the yellow. 27 on the table, 25 ahead.
Great.
It almost seems like it's going to be 9 frames to 7.
5.
And this should be plain sailing for Robertson now. So it's going to be 9 frames to 7.
17. Twenty-three. 30 in the frame. Neil Robertson.
He's on the way back. Good God. John Higgins is cracking. For some people, they want to, they think. Well, we've noticed in the comments that some aren't a fan of Higgins, so people are loving this. But now, there's a genuine fear that he could lose this. Both are underrated players. Where do you watch this live? Blah, 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 blah. Hard to see his match live. Come on, John says, hail, hail. Yeah, so I think the 71% of the votes is a... If I took this poll now, then I think it would have been a lot different than than before. But he went into the second session with a 2-frame advantage. He's now got a 2-frame advantage. If you take it in that context, he shouldn't be afraid. But the fact that he's lost 3 in a row now, very worrying for Higgins. Again, he just has to win 1, and it's good. He's won the title. Commentating. Yeah, the video can be found on Bet365, Ricardo, if you can get access to it. That's where it's free. And there's just the background sound. Higgins only needs a frame. He will win. Yeah, I think he will win Lazy World. I do think he'll win. I don't think there's any worry about that. But still, this will dent his confidence. And you see some of the easy shots he's missed in the last few frames. I mean, that's not what John Higgins was in the earlier frames, which is worrying. And we know that his confidence can go quite easily, so that's what I'd worry about if I were him. I'm just seeing Jamie Davis's comments now, and he knows what I'm talking about. He's just sent me a text.
Thank you. Frame 17. Neil
So
Robertson to break.
Frame 17 is starting as we speak. Okay. The reds are spread out quite a bit. Higgins has to be careful about this one. I think he's going to go for the pot. Probably not in the most confident of moods to pot this. If he gets this, it'll change everything. He's gone for a safety. Whew. If that doesn't speak volumes of the level of confidence of this guy at the moment. And Robertson pots straight away after that. But he's put it in. Unfortunate there. It was a great shot on the red. It bounces up and comes off the green, but then goes into the top left corner. John Higgins will count himself lucky. Gonna go for a more ambitious shot here, Higgins, and he's missed it. And there's a chance for Robertson to get one of these reds, either in the top left corner, or there's one that's trailing about the middle that he can get to the right middle pocket. He gets the red on the top left.
1. Five. Six.
And yes. Okay, so let's see some of the comments. Cheaters never deserve to win. It's a spit in the face to other competitors. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm not going to judge anyone. I'm not going to judge any of your opinions. You're all entitled to them. So 10-4 to Robertson. Those reds are packed up quite densely near the bottom end of the table. There's some reds that are just spreading enough for him to get those points. He's got a red just below the black, and he's found the angle.
11.
Gets it in, finds position on the black. It seems like Robertson could take this to the final set. Oh, and he just about gets the black. Close call there by Robertson. He's got position on the red.
18.
The black just rattles around the pocket. It goes in the end. I'll say no, Jamie, because people are sleeping in other rooms, so be respectful.
90.
Doing a great job of just dispersing of these reds.
Foul. Neil Robertson, 19.
Bad timing for me to say that. So Robertson goes for the blue in the middle pocket. He smacks it. Goes into the reds, but I mean, it's bad enough he wouldn't have wanted the reds to go in, but the pink went in. It's a foul to Higgins. And Higgins has 10 points in this frame. None of them were him who got them. They have all been fouls. So he's got a decent red on in the middle. A light touch, drags it over, tries bringing it over for that blue. The blue could be on for the middle pocket, but hasn't put enough power through it. He's gonna go for the pink through this crowded bit of reds. And he gets it. Retracted message, Jamie. But I can do it another time, Jamie. Don't worry about that. And I can actually learn it. That'll be a better incentive, right? So, 17 to Higgins. He's got a red on here and for the bottom left. And he's missed.
John Higgins, 7.
He is missing shots he would be expecting to get. And he's going to start getting punished for this. And Higgins knows. I mean, for the moment, it doesn't look like it'll be that costly, but it could end up being costly for the whole game. Robertson goes for one of the reds to bounce off the cushion, tries bringing it up for safety. It's not all that effective. Tries getting it behind the yellow, but he ends up knocking the yellow out of its place. There's nothing on here, but he can at least get back into the reds relatively simple. Higgins goes for the safety. Now this looks a bit more effective. No, I spoke too soon. He's dragged that round the yellow instead of behind it. No pot on, but it's a similar position to what Higgins found himself in just the shot before. And Robertson goes for a different approach. Just bringing it around the pink, and that was risky. He's brought it too far around, and that red is definitely on for Higgins. It was a terrible shot in the end. I'm not sure what he thought to gain from that. He knew the red would carry with it, but yet he goes for it anyway. Of my candle setup. Oh my god. And Higgins has just missed the red on the bottom right. Oh my god. Terrible shot. Terrible. He got the red. He got the white behind it. It's bounced back up and it nearly went into the top left corner. But both of them are throwing this away. My candle setup. Yeah, sure, Jamie. It's 3:30 at night in India. So exciting to see John win. Well, he's messed up big time there. I can feel Higgins' pain in your emotions, bro. It's painful. It's painful to see that. Is the reds all opened up? Not really. There are a few hanging around the stack, but then there's one in the top left. There's some chances. There are definitely some chances with the reds. But this is starting to become very painful for Higgins. Very painful. Goes for the blue. Brings the white up against the cushion. It's also right next to the black. He's just about put the white in a decent position to get on that red in the top left. And he's got it in. Robertson is getting a bit of a break. I think it'll be going to decider. Yeah, I think it will be too, Saha. I don't think this is the last one. I think it's the before last one. The green on. Wait, what am I talking about? The brown. I genuinely thought he was going for the green there, and yet that didn't make sense. He should have gone for the brown, and he did.
11.
There's maybe one red on for him now. I'm not sure he's really going to go for it. Reds are all in a bit of a stack. Bit of breathing space between them. There's one now, he's going to get into the bottom right. Gets it in. Brings it over perfectly for the blue. Now he's thought one shot ahead. as he thought 2 shots ahead, because to get position on the next reds is going to be awfully complicated. He's got a straight shot for the blue into the middle pocket. He's going to need to do something special to get into the reds here. He might have just done enough. Below the stack of reds, there's 1 trailing. He might have just got position onto it. He's contemplating it. He's just gone for another reel, which is to go into the reds, and he's got one in. Managed to create a bit more breathing space with those reds. Be going for the brown.
$22.
Yeah, if Higgins is to lose this, it'll be so damning. An easy red that he set up for himself 2 shots before Robertson. He's brought it back up, and he's got the chance to get the pink in on the middle pocket. Decent shot. Lightly hit. Brings it back down. Perfectly on for another red.
$30.
And a relatively easy shot for Robertson on that red. 30 break as it stands. 3 reds left on the table. There's still enough for Higgins to get back into this. But it doesn't look like Robertson's going to give up his position anytime soon. Slotted the pink in comfortably into that middle pocket. I think John will win the next frame. There's all the chance that he will. It's just that he's not even getting the most basic of pots at the moment.
37.
So as you could have heard, 37 break for Robertson at the moment. Looks like he's going to go for a blue. It's up right against the red, but it should be potable. And a good shot. A good shot. Brings it back down nicely. 43
42.
remaining on the table. 43 ahead. So it looks like it's going to be 9 frames to 8. Like I said, when you're 5 frames ahead and then you lose 4 in a row, wow, that must hurt.
Thank you. 43.
I am back, says Greg. Hello, Greg. Would you want to win at the Crucible, says Keith. I think anyone would, wouldn't they? Technically.
46. $47.
Very convincing from Robertson at the moment. Now he's almost done what Higgins was doing earlier on, which is being calm and collected. So he's slowly getting there. And this will be his frame.
54.
All of them are in there. And he's onto the brown now. Then it'll be the blue, pink, and black. But brown, blue, and pink all in their initial positions. So should make easy work of this. Except for the black, which is stuck up against the cushion on the right. He'll get the blue and he'll
66.
get the pink. And that'll be 9 frames to 8. And Higgins has made countless errors in this frame, which has given Robertson the frame. Yep, 9 to 8. 9 to 8. Where are you from, sir? I'm British, but I live in Switzerland, so I'm an hour ahead. I want to see a decider now. I want to see more from Higgins if I want to see a decider, because if Robertson's just going to blow him away like this, then you know that the decider will go to Robertson. So I'm not too sure. I want to see something more from Higgins in this next frame. If it's not a tight frame and Robertson takes it away like this one or like the last 4, then I guess that Robertson will win. Yeah. It's it's not looking good for Robertson. That all being said, Higgins throughout this whole match has won 5 in a row. So who's to say that Robertson can't win 5 in a row? Or 6. 6 would be a bit of a tall order. My gran hates Higgins, so love the comeback. Why the hate? Reggie, I think the hate is because he was found to have conceded frames in the past. That's what it's all about. I'm not going to speak for Warney when I say that. Warney can answer for himself, I guess. But a lot of people have been coming onto the chat and saying that they hate him because he has conceded frames for illegitimate reasons. Purposely lost, let's just say. Yeah. So yeah, 9 frames to 8. I think there's going to be 2 more frames tonight. I don't think this is the last one. So we look at the betting odds, it still favours John Higgins. If you put £1 on John Higgins, you get 150 back. If you put 1 on Robertson, you get 262 back. So clearly Higgins is still the favourite, but the tide has turned into Robertson's favour. And if you want to take a football cliche, then a game of 2 halves, this definitely is one. She just doesn't like him the way he strolls around the table. Oh, okay, that's a bit more of a different reason. He had his ban end off. Yeah, no, I agree, Reggie. I agree.
Thank you.
But I'm just saying that's why people don't like him.
John Higgins.
Higgins' crucible confidence will be shattered if he loses here. Of course it will. It'll be over. Which is the next tournament coming? So the World Championships is in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks, yeah. Or 2 weeks, a couple of days. And already here, break was not the best one from Higgins. Robertson opts for the pot. It rattles. But it doesn't look like there's a pot on for Higgins. Already an early scare in this frame for Higgins. And he can force the errors from Robertson all he likes. He's had frames where he's had multiple fouls from Robertson, but yet still been able to capitalise on it. He's looking to get behind that yellow, and instead he's just knocked it off its place. This could be a chance for Robertson to get on the board early on in this frame. And he so happily obliges with a great long distance pot. It's on for the black. And no worries there. It was a great initial shot from Robertson, the long range one with a bit of an angle.
8.
Looks to have got himself on the black again. And the start that Robertson would have wanted in this
16.
frame. I see Ronnie winning the World Championships 2 weeks late start. Yeah, Ronnie is also a good shout. Imagine a decider in a black ball game.
17.
We'll see, Adil. Oh no, I agreed with you, Reggie. I don't disagree with you, Reggie. Not at all. I completely understand it. Yeah, I'm just saying that other people dislike for this reason. Miss Mercer saying I think Robertson has this final. Well, he's definitely in the ascendancy for the moment. Even if Higgins wins, he won't be completely happy with how he won. Agreed on that. He's lost it in some ways. He looked so sure about himself in the earlier on, and even the most simple shots now he's missing, which is worrying.
25.
Really worrying. Appreciate your work, by the way. You couldn't find a channel in my country and all heroes wear capes. Thank you, Evan. It's so nice to hear. Agree, but still be happy. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd also be happy for any of these two to win it. Don't worry about that. Trump to win the Worlds,
32.
so one of the favourites as well. Obviously, because he's a top player. But it's hard to see any of these two winning, given their performance here tonight.
33.
So a 33 break for Robertson in this 18th frame.
Blue ball.
So as it stands, someone said it could be a black ball decider in the last frame. You know, probability says that might not happen. It might, but it's hard to see
38.
Higgins getting enough points at the moment to still be within contention in a frame to go to a black ball fight.
39.
Be great to see, though. It'd be a great end to it. Don't get me wrong. He's got a red hanging over the pocket near the middle on the right. Maybe this angle is just about favourable for him to get that. He's got nothing to... Well, if he gets it in... Why did I think he was on a red? Beats me. Not been paying attention.
46.
Okay, just put in the black. Now he's on the reds. They're all reasonably central, these reds, so there's a
47.
good chance for him to get a decent break at this point. And the way he's putting at the moment, Robertson, it's hard to see him not winning this frame. So, 47 break. There's 98 remaining on the table.
$53.
91 remaining on the table. 53 to nothing in this 18th frame. And goes for the cannon.
54.
Very well executed. Brings it back. He's got position on the black. Talking about him being happy if he wins. Oh yeah, I'll be happy if he wins too. Yeah. Decider, I guess, deserves a final frame now. Come on, Ronnie, win the World Championship. Goes to the final. Good luck. Sham on Higgins. How would John feel if he loses this final?
61.
I think this would be a really bad defeat. Really, really bad.
62.
62 break, 82 remaining. Tall order for John. $69. And there's 75 remaining.
69.
This is going to a decider.
70.
70 and there's 74 remaining. Still 5 reds left on the
77.
table.
78.
And he's just going through these balls effortlessly now, Robertson. He's found his rhythm. And it seems like Higgins would struggle to stop it. Higgins loses in this and he'd be unspeakably good. Yes. Higgins has thrown us away. Yes. Same as the other 5 this season. Yeah, mate. Robertson is so strong now. He is. He really is. So, this is definitely going to be 9-9. 59 remaining. He's 85 break.
86.
Will Robertson get a century? $93, and definitely, I think he will at this point.
93.
Oh, he's missed it.
Neil Robertson. 93. And the frame.
So, I know. The painful part of that is that John barely got on the table. So, decider. So, if you look at the match, the amount of breaks, above 100. John Higgins has got 3 and so has Neil Robertson, but above 50, Robertson's got 7 and Higgins has got 6. So by those metrics, you could say that it's all square. And, you know, as it is 9 frames to 9, that makes a whole lot of sense. And they've both had their periods of mistake after mistake and then some quality. But both of them on this form, I don't think can win a world championship. Because I think the other had to gift the other the chances that they've had. Notably, there was a frame where Robertson fouled twice at the beginning, and Higgins was still unable to capitalise on that. Whereas the beginning of the evening session, Robertson was, his long shots were all off. They were all off, and they gave the initial frames to Higgins. It's hard to see any of these two winning the World Championships, but one of them will win the Tour Championship tonight, obviously. Do you believe Neil can win the World Championship? Neil has the talent, but does he have the concentration? Robertson, it's not easy for Neil. So, the final frame, this is the decider. This is really where it comes down to it, and you can hear the crowd getting riled up.
Thank you, the deciding frame. Neil Robertson to break.
Tried getting behind the yellow with that break. A couple of those reds have spread out well enough for John Higgins. There's one that he could try putting in the bottom right of the table. He wants to take it on, but he knows that it's going to be a difficult one to pull off. And not only a difficult one to pull off, but a risky shot at that. I think he's going to go for it. And he's got it. And that's what we saw earlier on tonight from him. With the pressure Higgins is now under, if he pulls it from the ashes, he may end up immensely proud of himself. All is forgotten now. Mon John, steal this frame. Whoever wins the final, they are both champs. Valiant efforts from both.
Stop calling out now. 8.
He's got a tight red near the bottom. He's just got it in.
9.
And who knows? Higgins might win this one. Unfortunately, I can't, Pravinth. Otherwise, this channel will get banned, and I can't take. I don't have that authority. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. Oh, he's missed it.
John Higgins, 9.
All that for 9. 9 points. Difficult to hit that right. He can be thankful that he's not left anything on for Robertson. Right up against the stack. 9 of the reds lined up almost in the square. Robertson can only play a safety from this. He's going to go for a safety near the bottom of the table. Oh, and a very risky one. He tries playing it up against the black. And so even the markets have just changed. If you bet 1 on John Higgins, you get £2.1 back. Well, £2.10 back, sorry. Neil Robertson, 172. So as it stands, it seems like Robertson is the favourite to take this. That's a big turn in the tides. Might go for a long pot, Higgins. Or to the middle pocket on this red. He's got to take some risks now, and he's just missed it. That surely won't be too costly. There's nothing on here for Robertson. The ball is between the middle left and top left pocket. The reds are more spaced out towards the left, but then there's that black hanging over the bottom left pocket. Well, not hanging over, but not too far from it. Too much of a risk at this point. Which colour did he miss? He missed a red, but you see, that was to get him back into it. This was a nervous frame. So Robertson's just taking his time to tee this up. I think they've both got to really go for the offensive now. I mean, we saw that with Higgins at the beginning of this frame. He's just going for it. Oh, you can tell Robertson is tempted by a cannon, but he's not 100% convinced it'll go. Robertson's flat right now. Come on, Neil. So come up to 6 hours. One thing you don't see Robertson do all that often. Take his time to take a shot. He's going to go for the cannon. And if he gets this, he's missed it. That could be costly. Big risk. Higgins should get this red. Said Joe Robertson. Higgins should get this red. It's whether he can get back on the black that's fairly surrounded by... Oh. Big miss. Big miss. And it rattles the pocket, but it wasn't even that good a shot. He knows that could be it. So Robertson is on the board. Oh, those reds hanging over the middle pocket on the left. Could go for an ambitious blue, or he could go for the brown. Robertson's got to choose wisely. You can expect him to go for the blue, but realistically think he should go for the brown, and he's going for the brown. And he's got the green in. Green, brown, they're in similar positions. Yeah. Someone's saying Robertson overtakes forever and playing in most obvious shots. Well, he hasn't tonight, that's for sure. He's not taking enough time. That's without doubt. I mean, if you want to talk about someone who takes forever, you can talk about Selby, but... And it seems like Robertson is now in pole position to take this final.
11.
So yeah. Now for the black. And I think Higgins knows at this point it's over. Is the red all open? There are 4 scattered about near the cushions, but if not, they're all very compact. The reds aren't really open now. There's just about, as I mentioned, 4 that are near the cushions, nearer to the cushions than the others. The other reds are all in the middle. Well, now only 3. Now for the black. Relatively easy shot. Goes into the reds. Only gets one of those reds out of the pack. And that one's now just
26.
touching the cushion. Can't really get much from that. Yeah, and there's a red on, but he's just about got to miss the pink. And he does so.
27.
Red's open. I find channel. Thank you, Nina. Nice to hear. How's the situation on the table? It's looking tight. Looking very tight. But you'd assume he'd come out of this with a decent break. I think
Somebody's flash on the camera or your phone. Can you not take pictures at this time, please?
as you can hear there. Good shot on the pink. Gets position on one of the reds.
33.
The reds are reasonably well spread out now. There's about 2, one touching the bottom cushion near the centre and one just between the right middle pocket and right bottom corner pocket. But if not, the other reds are reasonably well placed for him to get something from this break. Seb, I told you 9-2 that Robertson had this final. You did miss, and I have to give it to you. You did say you had it.
34.
He screwed that back from the black and
41.
didn't place that as well as he would have wanted on the 2 reds near the left. But he can get one of the reds from the middle pack.
42.
He didn't put his cue through that enough, and doesn't have position on the black, or doesn't have position on any of the colours for that matter. I think he might have a few regrets about that one. You can just about get this black. Has to extend the cue a bit. Just about gets it. I mean, there's applause for a good shot, but he doesn't make it easy for himself.
49.
So with 74 remaining on the table, you expect Robertson to take this final frame now. And he gets the black. So now 67 remaining.
57.
going to be a tall order for Higgins to get back from this one. Robertson's 48 ahead. There is 67 still remaining on the table in the deciding frame.
58.
Yeah, exactly, Lovin. We all know about Selby's time. But you think Ronnie will win the World Championship then? That's your guess. Am I getting that right from that message? Yeah, don't worry, Joseph. I remembered. This will hurt Higgins a lot.
65.
Yeah, it will. I mean, it hurt anyone. Losing 6 consecutive frames.
66.
Yeah, it's over. There's 58 on the table and it seems over now, doesn't it? $57 ahead, but 58 still remaining on the table. Robertson wins. Okay. Unbelievable from Higgins. What happened to him? I know. I mean, and this wasn't simply exceptional from Robertson. Higgins gave it away. Higgins has taken a dive. Not gonna dwell into that that claim. I don't know. $51 still remaining on the table. 72 breaks it stands. 63 ahead. He goes for the cannon really ambitiously.
Neil Robertson, 72.
So, gonna have to do something special now, Higgins. He's just... he's put that in and conceded. He crept it behind the red and knew from there on that it wasn't going to happen. So 10-9. He won the 6 in a row. I'm shocked. I am really shocked, but fair play to Robertson. Thank you, Mersad, for joining me. Brilliant. Higgins has bottled it. Ronnie wins the World Championship. Yes. Could be interesting. The interview should be coming up anytime soon, so don't go anywhere. Momentum, a great thing. Yeah, it was. I mean, thanks for joining me, Bob. We'll have interviews coming up in a second, so you can stay around for that. They're just coming up any minute now. Yeah, so really quite the capitulation from Higgins. I mean, so many simple shots he just failed, and if you look at the poll, it was 67 thought that he'd win this, 67% at least. So yeah, quite the fallout. And sad for Higgins. It's unfortunate. As Robertson shouldn't have won that match. It's crazy, and I didn't think Robertson had it in him to come back. Not only come back, but come back when 6 frames when he had 5 frames down, sorry, and win 6 frames in a row. That was just baffling. So yeah, I'm shocked. Sunit, thank you for joining me. We're going to try and get the interviews up as soon as possible. So, yeah. Glasgow's green and white.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the interviews, may we have one more round of applause for these 2 great players. John, I don't think anyone can quite believe that you've finished this tournament as the runner-up after playing so well and giving yourself such a commanding opportunity to lift the title for the first time.
Yeah, listen, every credit. Neil just come back and put me like under unbelievable pressure, and I just never stood up to it at the end. It's unforgivable. You cannot miss that red that I've missed when I've got a chance to maybe get a few points on the board. So what can you say? What can you say? But no, he played amazing stuff to come back at me. There was one shot. It was 9-4. I was in front, and I had him in all sorts of bother, and he's potted a red, and I was thinking, I thought I'd the match won there. I'm thinking, I hope that doesn't come back to bite me, and it has. So, but what do you do? There's worse things happening in life, isn't there? So, no, that's it. Yeah.
John, you have spoken. You have spoken with the grace of a champion. You've bounced back from disappointments before, and you will do again. The very best of luck at the World Championship. John Higgins, ladies and gents. Neil, not only surely the greatest comeback of your career, one of the greatest comebacks our sport has ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, John was just completely outplaying me today. I know the shot he's talking about, the long, thin red. I found myself in that position probably 30 times throughout the day, and I had no answers. And I thought, well, because I'm 9-4 down, rather than making a mess of the safety shot, which there probably wasn't really one on, I thought, well, at least just go out of the tournament having a go at a pot. And it was probably about a 2 in 10 if best, and it went in. I made a really good sort of 50-odd break, I think, from there. And next frame, John was a bit unlucky. He's played a fantastic safety shot again. He's left me a half chance at a plant, which I had to make. It was really tough. But again, if I miss it, John wins. And it's just like one of those things, really. And look, there was another frame there where he's clearing up with 2 reds left, red along the top cushion. He landed dead straight on it. If he's got any angle, he comes out for the black and he probably clears up. It's just like one of those freak kind of results that gave me those extra sort of chances to get into frames. And luckily enough for me, enough went my way. But I still had to dig deep and still believe. And, that's what I kept on doing.
It's not quite the world title in 2010, but bearing in mind who you've beaten and how you've beaten him, is this very close to the greatest achievement of your career? First man to win the Tour Championship twice as well.
Yeah, that's right. And, I mean, Ronnie was throwing absolutely everything at me in the semis as well. The kitchen sink, the car, the house, you name it. And luckily that I've been playing well this season to kind of withstand that. And probably the same with John today. He was completely shutting me out, and I didn't attempt one single long ball with my hand on the table up until I think it was maybe 8-3. I knocked in a long red, made 90 for 8-4. But, it's just, they're unbelievable players. We're very lucky to have them in the game, and I wouldn't be as good a player as I am without the likes of John, Ronnie and Mark. So, he's part of the problem, because they've inspired so many younger players to pick up a cue and to dream.
As have you. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Neil Robertson.
Now it's time for the
So there we are. That was the Tour Championship 2020, and preparing nicely for the 2022. Did I say 2020? Sorry, it's been a long day. Tour Championship 2022, and that's the last tournament before the World Championship. And Robertson did it. He did it. He was 9-4 down, and by God, he did it. I think it was poor from John Higgins. I don't think it was scintillating from Robertson. I've seen better. I've seen better all-round games, but he stuck at it, and fair play to him. So, is he one of the favourites to win the World Championships? Maybe so.
Under Neil Robertson.
And there we go. Yeah, I'm still in 2020. It's been that long day.
Cazoo Tour Champion.
So he'll be hoping to win the World Championship. And thanks for everyone for joining me. It's been good having you here, and you've made it so easy to do the 4 hours and a half. I'll see you all around soon, because 2 weeks is the World Championship, and I hope to all see you there with my good friend Jamie, Stu. Hopefully we can get them on some streams and we can have a blast. See you around. Thank you, everyone.